Okay, now I'm going to hit you with some super easy questions. I have 50 of them. Obviously, we probably won't have time to answer all of them, but I'm curious as to how many you can get right. All right.
Hmm.
So, a person with well developed abdominal muscles is said to have a what? One pack, six pack, 12 pack, family pack.
Family pack.
Okay, okay. Now, for realsies, though, we're trying to get this right.
Oh, we're trying to get this right.
Okay, yes.
12 pack. 12 pack.
Once again, it's one pack, six pack, 12 pack, family pack.
6 pack.
That is correct. All right, which two words traditionally appear on screen at the termination of a feature film? The end, the conclusion, the finish, the pizza rolls are done.
Hmm. The end.
That is correct. A magnet would most likely attract which of the following? Metal, plastic, wood, the wrong man.
Metal.
All right, that's correct. Which of these names is not in the title of a Shakespeare play? Hamlet, Romeo, Macbeth, or Darren?
Darren.
That is correct. Darren was not in any play of Shakespeare. Where did Scotch whiskey originate? Ireland, Wales, the United States, or Scotland?
Uh. Wales.
Now, again, the question is where did Scotch whiskey originate?
Scotland.
That is correct. What name is traditionally given to the party held for a woman who is expecting a baby? A baby drizzle, a baby shower, a baby downpour, or a baby deluge?
You know, I'm really feeling like baby downpour, but I know it's baby shower.
You are correct. In fancy hotels, it is traditional for what tantalizing treat to be left on your pillow? A pretzel, an apple, a mint, or a photo of Wolf Blitzer?
A mint.
Correct. In the United States, what is traditionally the proper way to address a judge? Your Holiness, Your Honor, Your Eminence, or You Demand?
Your Honor. You the man.
Which of these pairs of apps offers roughly the same type of yeah, offers off roughly the same type of service? Snapchat and Grubhub, WhatsApp and Share It, TikTok and Spotify, or Lyft and Uber?
Okay, what was it again?
The question is once more, which of these pairs of apps offers roughly the same type of service? That is Snapchat and Grubhub, WhatsApp and Share It, TikTok and Spotify, and Lyft and Uber. What say they?
Hmm. You know, ooh, this is hard.
Once more, Snapchat and Grubhub, WhatsApp and Share It, TikTok and Spotify, or Lyft and Uber.
What was the question again?
Which of these pairs of apps offers roughly the same type of service?
Uh. 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 Huh?
You really drawing a blank on this one?
Yeah. I'm like pooping in my head.
Okay, so clearly Snapchat and Grubhub, nope, definitely not that one. TikTok and Spotify, definitely not. So that leaves you between Lyft and Uber and WhatsApp and Share It. Although, just as a clarification, Lyft is spelled with a Y. Like Lyft.
Okay, this is a transportation service.
Uber certainly is, and Lyft might be as well.
Okay. Uh. Huh?
He's gonna go with D, isn't he?
Okay.
Lyft and Uber.
Is
You
it
would be correct.
Lyft and Uber? Yeah. Lyft and Uber?
Okay. Now, let's see if this is back in your realm of knowledge. The popular children's song, It's Raining, It's Pouring, mentions an old man doing what? Snoring, cooking, laughing, or yelling at squirrels?
You know, I really like the version where he's yelling at squirrels, but I'm gonna have to go with snoring.
That is correct. At a restaurant, someone who foots the bill does what? Kisses it, rips it up, hopes to get lucky, or pays it?
Pays it?
You are correct. In which of these films does Whoopi Goldberg dressed up as a nun? Sister Act, Ghost, The Color Purple, or How Judas Got His Groove Back? Personally, I'd assume it's A, honestly, because Sister Act. I mean, obviously, a sister is, you know, like a nun. But I actually don't know entirely for sure. I sincerely doubt it's Ghost or How Judas Got His Groove Back. Because that seems like a joke answer.
So Stanley Parable had me like pick the time and stuff, which is wholly new. Yes, I know. Quite strange.
Yes. Anywho, A, Sister Act is correct. If someone asked to see your ID, what might you show them? Your tongue, your teeth, your passport, or the door?
Good question. I'll show him the door.
For asking someone to show your ID?
Yeah. Yeah, leave. Screw you.
The answer was C, but we'll say whatever.
Yeah, you don't need to ask my age. I'm like 40 something.
According to a common phrase, a person who takes chances is going out on a what? Limb, horse, skateboard, or nude beach?
I want to say New Beach.
Now you're just throwing these away, aren't you?
Yeah, kind of.
Limb. Clearly.
Don't be dissing me, Judd. Don't be dissing me now.
I shall disappoint you.
Like you don't understand disappointment. And that's the truth.
What?
Yeah. How do you like
What?
them apples? How do you like
I
them
don't own apples.
sardines?
I'm not from Swallow Falls.
Who is?
Flint Lockwood?
Flint Lockwood!
Yeah, him.
What are you doing in this neighborhood?
Being a Lockwood.
Yeah. Them apples. How do you... Sardine. Okay. Okay. Summoning the great and mighty sardines.
What are you gonna do with all them sardines, bruh?
Man, I don't know, eat them.
Do you
Don't
have
you-
permission?
Don't you eat sardines?
Do you have permission to eat them?
Do I need permission to eat my own sardines?
Maybe.
I don't like this. I'm proud of what I've become. Proud to be a sardine.
Real?
All right, are you ready, Judd?
I would surmise to say, yes.
All right. Go into settings, get this game all nice and beautiful. Full screen mode, borderless. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Do not need VSync. Turn that off. We'll adjust the main volume to about a 40. All right. Let's go. No, maybe a little louder.
This is the story.
Go with 55. There we go. All right, are you ready for our adventure, Judd?
But of course.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sharpwing with the Sharpwing Legion. Welcome to the Sharpwing Studio, where I make all kinds of fun gameplay videos, skits, stories. And today we are streaming the game that play you, the Stanley Parable. Just for reference, I am Ukrainian, not Russian, with that accent. Boo, Russia.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee.
I like how they use the old footage, but then this shit will probably be like graphically overhauled when I get into the game.
And he pushed buttons.
Possibly so. But we'll see.
Orders came to him.
They made this thing like essentially for Xbox Series X, Switch, and all that. So like this game is releasing for more than just Steam, and it released today.
Every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
I'm wondering what's different about the game. I can't wait to find out.
Was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting,
Or say hi.
Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Now, my question is, are we going to be following the
Stanley
narrator this
simply
go?
couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had
Why
to make a
not?
decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly.
My
The thing
first.
now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
All because I closed the
Now
door.
it's even closer. Here it comes.
If you close the door, you trap yourself in the office. That's the do nothing ending, basically.
All of his
Come on,
co-workers
now.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
You can actually fall out of the map.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
White void.
So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Ah, yes, the glorious nebulous white
now.
void.
What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate.
We're
I'm
lazy.
enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as
miserable as possible.
miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
I love how he plays guitar.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong, and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Trying to outpatience the narrator. What a time.
I'm torturing everyone.
Is this truly the way?
I'm actually wondering if you could just like sit here all day, or if there actually is an ending if you wait long enough.
That's a good question. But is it really one worth, like, just sitting here to find out?
No, not really. We'll figure out later.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
I
mean?
sincerely hope it
Stanley
wouldn't be
decided to
anything
go to
like
the
that
meeting
one,
room.
like,
Perhaps he had
ending where you have
simply
to,
missed the
like,
memo.
sit, like, multiple hours freaking tending to
The baby,
Baby,
and then like eventually a cardboard cutout of a puppy too.
Yes.
Waiting input. Input received. Fun fact, if you restart the game again and again and again...
Stanley clicked. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I'm wondering if they were actually trolling about like more endings, or if there are actually more endings to the game now.
When Stanley came to a set
Surmise
of
that
two
there would
open
be.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
You think I should follow the narrator's path to begin with, or you think I should go my own way?
Well, we can either leave that up to your discretion, or we can flip a coin. What say thee?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a viral by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
You guys are starting to peeve off our friend.
If I fall, I will die.
On a side note, I gotta say this office building is rather
Stanley,
spacious.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Oh.
To the darkness.
Oh.
That's
Hello.
her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Nah.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible.
I come from the
Let me
world of
double
Gonzo.
check.
Wonderful! Wonderful!
It's definitely
Gonzo's a
here,
good
clear
friend of
mistake.
mine.
Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade
Classic
to white,
techniques.
roll credits.
Roll the
Not
credits.
Picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible?
Feel free to talk freely
None of these
because
decisions are
I've played
supposed
the
to mean
Stanley
anything.
Parable before.
I don't understand.
And like it's a
How is
stream,
he
so this
making
is mostly
meaningful
about like
choices?
conversation and
What did you-
interaction.
Wait a second. Did I
Fair
just see...
enough.
No,
Fair
that's not
enough.
possible. I can't believe it.
If anybody wanted to
not
just,
noticed
you know,
it
hear the
sooner.
dialogue and
You're not
nothing else,
Stanley. You're
they
a
would
real
probably just
person.
watch a muted playthrough of the
I
game.
can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect
Alright,
choices.
does Stanley
and to think
actually
I've been
have a
letting you run
wife?
around in this game for so long.
No.
Is that his
If you made any
girlfriend?
more wrong choices,
No, no,
you
no, he
might
don't
have
have a wife.
neglected it
Neither?
entirely. It's as though you
If
completely
I
ignored
could
even the most
really
basic
explain
safety
this universe's
protocols for
meta,
real-world decision-making, or did you not grasp
I'm
the
good, Duke.
severity of the
I'm real
situation?
good.
Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
If I can skip the instructional
Choice.
video.
It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most
Okay.
dangerous.
Now,
For
you were
example,
saying about
in this
explaining
scenario,
this.
a hypothetical
thing's
real person
metaverse.
named Rupert has a choice.
Yeah,
He
essentially
could
it's
invent a
just
machine that
Stanley and the
eliminates food
narrator,
shortages
and
across
Stanley
the
is
world
technically
to make
you.
life better for all people. Or he could spend
I
years of
see.
hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice
How to
would you
forget
make?
how to read?
Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no
When I
time
see new
should you make a
content, go
choice
for
that
it.
does
Heck
not
yeah.
conform to
If
rational
I see a
logic.
door,
If you
if
find
I
yourself
see
speaking
anything
with a
I didn't
person
see
who
in the
does not
original
make
game,
sense,
I'm
in all
immediately making
likelihood,
that decision.
That person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack.
A back sack and crack.
Excellent.
My goodness,
Making
is it
choices on a
4:30?
regular basis
I'm
is
supposed
the
to be having a
best
back
part to
sack and
healthy
crack.
decision-making
Well,
You don't-
I'm
process.
sorry, but I've got to go.
Most
You don't
medical
say.
professionals recommend making
I
at
do
least 8
too.
choices per day.
Oh.
Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant.
Gotcha.
And the feeling should
I mean, it's not
subside.
wrong, but
At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back.
There are
You may have
forklifts everywhere.
noticed that this room has begun
How do
to
we get forklifts
deteriorate
in here?
as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
okay.
Alright, let's see.
I'm just checking. Are we going for full defiance here?
Oh, no, if you wanted full defiance, there are so many different ways to do that.
Understood.
So this time when they put you on the forklift, like, I think this in particular is an ending in on its own. Because previously, you could jump down onto the scaffolding because there was no railing on this monorail.
Uh-huh.
But now, they've put up a fence. Meaning
Can
that
you jump on the fence?
you can't jump in this game.
Oh, right. I forgot about this.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the
Ah,
platform
but you
and
could
dying.
fall onto it by walking
Imagine
out the
main
open part.
character dying
Nope.
senselessly halfway
What? You
through
really
the
could?
story.
Oh,
They
it
closed the
closes?
gate.
Would
Dang.
make no sense at all.
I guess
We
that's
just
not a
need
thing
to get you
anymore.
home as
So
soon
then-
as possible before the narrative
I mean, surely they didn't
contradiction
take
gets
out
any
things,
worse.
so then-
Unfortunately, it
Ah.
seems this place is not well
I hate
equipped
that
to
there's an
deal with
open dock
reality.
down there, but I don't see any way to get down safely. That'd be nice if that was a choice. I
wonder
feel-
if it might be.
I'm actually curious if, like, the bonus endings they have for Deluxe Edition are obvious, or if you have to be, like, super convoluted in order to get them.
Hard to say, because a lot of the endings in this game range from very standard to extremely obtuse.
For one, this game asked me if I'd played Stanley Parable before. This game asked me what time it was. I feel like that might be relevant.
I feel like it was as well. To that point, I wonder... Out of curiosity, the clocks on the wall, are they current with the time you actually set before?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending.
No,
the story
they're
will
not.
have resolution
That'd
once
be
again, and
interesting.
you'll be home free in the real world.
Although then again, there's some pretty silly ones too, like the closet ending.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe the closet ending's a real ending now.
What? But if it's already called an ending, why is it not an ending?
It's Ultra Deluxe Edition. They just said rebuilt, reconstructed, remastered. I mean, this game's looking pretty remastered. Look at these graphics. Unless I don't even have it, like, set to its best. I'm not certain. Ooh. Ew. What a weird way to play.
Isn't it?
Imagine this being the method by which you adjust the size of the screen.
That would be really funky, wouldn't it? You know, it would be weird if they added an ending you could reach in the options.
Oh my goodness. I hadn't even thought about that. Ew. That looks awful on my stream. Oops. Well, can't undo that.
Ho ho.
Right, can I, This is really weird. Res X Res.
Congratulations, you found the freaking resolution ending. No.
There's no way to fix it either. It's like obfuscated. It's not really telling you what you can do. I'm not even sure if that's actually like how that's supposed to be. Yeah, this is just crap now. There we go. One more.
Aha.
What the heck?
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hope we do somehow find some sort of option-related ending.
I don't like how it's shrinking the screen. There it is. Keep that resolution, please. God! What was that?
The Stanley Parable featuring maintenance.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hard to say.
Abusing the restart system?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Doors don't really like to open in this game.
No, they generally don't. Although I feel like
Yet there was not a single
perhaps
person
it'd be
here
possible
either.
to find
Feeling a wave
organs.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Hey!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Come on, you.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley
It's very
was still just sitting in
interesting
the
that the
broom
mechanic for this
closet. He wasn't
game
even doing anything. At least if there was something to
is
interact
literally
with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is,
restarting
he's literally
the
just
game.
standing there
That's
being
like the
sweet
primary
and vague.
mechanic for this thing. You can restart the game at any given point, and at random points, if you decide to restart the game at a certain point,
Are you really still in the
the
broom
meta
closet?
will record what you've
Standing
done.
around doing nothing?
The broom closet ending in
Please
particular,
offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
no, we're not doing the closet ending yet.
Coming
Fair
to
enough,
a
fair enough.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs.
Oh, also, you
to
remember
his
what
boss's
happens,
office.
like, if you do something that the game would be considered cheating, and then you get stuck in the cheater's room?
Yes. We're going downstairs.
Shenanigans with that.
Shenanigans indeed.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be
There's a
fired for
fence
that.
here and a
And in
car
such a
here.
competitive
I don't
economy, why had he
remember if
taken
those
that
were
risk?
originally here.
All because he believed everyone had vanished. His
Hard
boss
to
would think he was
say.
crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
1, 2,
None
B4.
of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began
It
to
feels
make
really
other strange
weird that these
observations.
clocks and
For
numbers are
example,
here.
why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close
I
automatically
feel like there's
behind
gotta
him
be
wherever he
some
went?
particular reason
And for that
as to
matter,
why I would
these rooms
ask
were
you
starting
for
to
the
look pretty
time.
familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers
I think this
weren't
in and of
actually
itself is an
wrong.
ending.
He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up
Makes me wonder what the
soon.
final
I'll
ending
have to
count
go
is
back
now.
to my boring real-life job pushing
Yeah, I'm
buttons.
very curious
I may as
myself.
well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
Maybe there's a Stanley Parable
He
true
imagined
ending now.
himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then
Whee!
he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head
I know, right?
dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now
Was
the
it like
voice was
pre-planned
describing
that
itself
about a
being considered
decade
by
later they
Stanley,
would
who
re-release
found it
Stanley
particularly
Parable? I'm
strange.
curious.
I'm dreaming about a voice.
Because this
describing
game like
me,
released back in
thinking
like
about how it's
2013, I
describing
think.
my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all
And it's
very
like, hey, if you haven't
odd,
played
wondered
this
if
game in
voice
10
was
years,
to
play
all
again.
people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course,
Is something gonna happen
how could it be?
if you haven't touched that
Stanley
game for a
simply
decade
deceived
and you
himself,
go back in?
believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself. Stanley is as awake right
No
now
way.
as he's ever been in his life.
No
You don't think
way.
they thought that far ahead, do you?
It was a shock to Stanley.
Could you
After all,
imagine having to
for certain
like
beyond a doubt
artificially
that
like
this
wait,
was in
well, maybe
fact
not
a
artificially,
dream.
because maybe
Did
it
the voice not see him
wouldn't
float
catch
and
on to
make
you
the
like
magical
accelerating your computer's
stars just a
clock 10
moment
years
ago?
or something.
How else would the voice
But,
explain all
like,
that?
obviously, let's
This
say you're an
voice was a
achievement
part
hunter,
of
right?
himself too.
Obviously,
Surely,
there's like an
surely,
achievement for
if he
like, you
could
know,
just-
getting every end, right?
He would prove it.
So if
He
there's
would
an
prove
ending that
he was
requires
in
you to
control,
wait 10
that
years to
this
get
was
it,
a dream. So he closed his
The
eyes
true ending.
and he invited
don't you
himself
even
to wake
dare
up.
say that that'd be the
He
true
felt the
ending.
cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
That's a big
I'm
no-no,
through
my
with
good
this
sir.
dream. I wish it to be over. Let me
We
go
do
back
not
to
do
my
that
job.
here.
Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal.
Hmm.
I am normal.
And everything
will
will
be
be
fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone
He's
tell
real.
me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
He's having an
And everything went
existential
black.
crisis.
Originally, it was don't play for 5 years,
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
and then they increased it.
Mariella
they
woke
bumped
up
it
on a
up.
day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
I'm dead.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments,
Well,
she
at least
considered
confirmed
the
it's not just
strange
Stanley.
man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day.
Gotta go to work.
Very important people whose
No
impressions of her
work.
affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life.
The rest of her
had time
life.
for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Aw, she ran away from me.
Oh.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I would assume maybe most of the endings are on the left side door.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might... Oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Fun fact, if you do that broom closet ending one too many times, he'll literally yellow tape off the broom
Coming to a
closet.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. This executive bathroom is not always here. And there's also an elevator that's not always here. But right now it is. Up we go.
Oh boy.
You just ride the elevator, basically.
I do like the music for it, though.
Yeah.
Classic elevator bossa nova.
Maybe the elevator actually goes somewhere now.
What if you try to take it to the roof?
Or downstairs.
Question.
I know there's one of the doors you can, like, backtrack on. And if you jam the door before it closes, all the doors previously will open back up, and the door right next to your office will be open. And you head up to a rocket ship from there.
What the hell?
Or, like, some kind of something. I wonder if I head down.
Well, let's find out.
I like how you can actually hear the narrator just start to hum while you're in the elevator, though. Or maybe there's a combination of buttons, maybe. Maybe I can break the elevator.
The elevator ending. When you get trapped in the elevator from messing with the buttons too much.
Doesn't feel like the elevator actually goes anywhere. I think it's like you can beat the boss's office's door.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief.
Yeah, that's what happens. You gotta miss, like, the boss's office doors. And then now if you backtrack... I'm curious. If I backtrack this way... Nope, they made sure to close off this ending. They do not want you trying to go back there. So I did it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the boss's door. I was right. It was like there were some doors that closed slow enough that you could actually beat them.
Well, that's definitely intentional.
Yeah. This was one of the endings that took people the longest time to find. Yeah, that's the second input received. If you get all the inputs, that'll actually send Stanley to heaven, I believe. Which is just a whole bunch of buttons.
What a lovely ending.
Here we go. You are now leaving. Here's an elevator. It's very interesting, like, what goes on here. Escape pod bay, floor 760.
Ever wonder why the office would need an escape pod?
Yeah, this ending's like here for whatever reason. None of the doors and stuff can open as per usual. They have you keep going up until you get to 770. I do like how this game was just about walking around and messing with stuff. The mechanics for Stanley Parable are pretty simple. They don't really change up the game or its style too much. Very long hallway to the escape pod now, huh? There's the escape pod. You can actually see the room the escape pod's in now. And you head towards the escape pod and the screen just turns black and, Right. So you did the escape pod ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Sometimes, like, things will change about the office. And that leaves things undiscovered. I also don't think it was ever officially published that somebody had found all the endings in the original Stanley Parable. To this day, people still think there might be more endings coded into the game.
Wouldn't surprise me if that's the case.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
See,
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find
he
an
both
answer
locked
there.
and boarded up the broom closet. He will not let you go in there again.
Nope, he
Coming
ain't
to a
happy with that at all.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'd like to know if things change about the executive bathroom, extreme bathrooms, time, and it's just the clock. God.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean?
So this is
Stanley
actually pretty
wondered
funny.
aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a key.
So back in the day, if you typed a bunch of 8s, the
What
thing
could
would
its
literally say
purpose
8
be?
to you.
In fact, this
As a
keypad
reference
guarded the
to a
terrible
button
secret that lay buried
that you would
below
press
his
that
feet.
just repeatedly
And so
says
the boss
8.
had assigned it an extra secret pin number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Triple A party.
Oh, it's still there.
Ah.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
8.
Trying to input
I
anything
love
on the
that.
device was useless, since he could
And the
never
achievement was
possibly
just called
know
8888888.
the combination was 2845.
It's in reference to the 8 button.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to
Glorious
input the
random
correct code
buttons.
by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Now there could be new endings hidden around here. So there's an elevator headed down. But what if I hit up? Nope. Can only hit down. Okay. I'm looking for any and everything
Descending deeper
new.
into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Damn straight. Can I go back up the elevator? Oh
Question.
my god, I can.
Whoops. No,
Ooh.
never mind. Stanley
That's
actually
new.
went back into the elevator and went back up.
That's
Silly
new.
me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question.
This
I
is
just
another
can't wait
Defiance
to
path.
find out.
Oh my god, I bet something will break now. I found a new ending, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah, because I can't go back down the elevator.
Here
What's
we are,
here?
Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have.
This is new.
Incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
I wonder, can I open the boss's office doors? No.
Huh.
It'd be interesting if there was another secret hidden here somewhere. I didn't even know you could go back up to the boss's office. That's interesting. Can I just keep fucking with him? Like, go up and down the elevator repeatedly? I
I'd try it.
can.
I'd
I
try it.
can.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again.
I would love if he, like, breaks the elevator or something. He's just tired of my shit.
I am curious.
I want to know, too. I wonder. Do it.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's
He's
time
getting
once
pissed
again
off.
to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
I'm close to being right. You're fucking with him via the elevator, and then eventually he's gonna do something, isn't he? Forcibly restart your game or something. Only one way to find out. Let's go to the boss's office again.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. It's absolutely changed
Oh my
everything.
god!
Give
It's
me
the
a time out
boss's
here for a minute while I
office!
process this.
Yes!
Well done.
Yes, I
Well
found
done.
something! Yes! You could not do
Okay,
that
I'm
originally. In
ready.
fact, there was
I'm
no
prepared
up
to
button on
embrace
the
this
elevator
stunning
whatsoever.
revelation and to move forward with no, wait, no. I need more time to process.
Please hold. Just thinking. I love this. I love this. Trying not to spoil anything. It's fine. It's fine. We will experience this great, momentous thing together. As a team.
All right, I have fully come to
Me,
terms with it.
viral,
I have
and the voices
staged
in my
a
head.
worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before,
It's a very
I
well-spoken
turn to your
voice.
expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Oh my god. This is just the fuck with the narrator ending, isn't it?
You have become the boss.
I feel like he's gonna get fed up and break the elevator, kill me or something.
Of course.
We'll see.
Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had
Exactly.
no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air.
You could
in a
not make this
landscape of
decision
storytelling
originally in
that
the
has been
first Stanley
dead
Parable.
for
This is new.
Where have we wound up now? Oh. Well,
I can do it again. This is just the fuck with the narrator ending. You little son of a bitch. I hate you so much.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating.
The
and having to
boss's
guess,
office.
That's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much
He
more
shoved
exciting?
the elevator
It
to a
seems like
snail's
nowadays the only thing that
pace,
audiences
so I'm
want
taking
is to be
centuries
shocked
to
as
get up to the
quickly
boss's
as possible.
office.
They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment the things get started. But where's the
Oh my god.
Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why
The
aren't there more
nuanced
time to imagine
appreciation for the
surprises, to have to think
characters.
and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual
is this?
reveal.
I feel like this is how he's
This
getting back
is
at you.
storytelling, Stanley.
Yes.
What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting.
If I
narrative
could
to
jump
be
out of the
developed in
elevator at
years.
any given
And
point.
it's really all because of you. You're the one who took
There
the
should be a
brave step
scary
of
ending.
revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I
Because,
mean
like, the
it.
Stanley
This is
Parable
unique and
location is
different.
truly
It's not
creepy,
like
so there should be a
anything else out
scary
there.
ending.
You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it. Which is
It's
why we're
interesting
so
how they go into all
starved for
these
content
bits and
that makes
bobs
us
of the
feel
environment
sharp
to
and
make you think
vital
there's
and
something
alive.
wider out there to be
That's why people
explored.
like you so much,
But the Stanley
Stanley,
Parable is
because you're not
actually
afraid
linear,
to
non-linear.
spit in the face of
It's like
tradition. You're a
preset
role model,
algorithmic
you know?
pathways
People look up
to
you.
trick you
Which
into
is why-
thinking the game
I didn't know when to
thinks.
spring this on you, but well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley.
Do
I
they?
don't know if you realize the impact you have on them.
No.
This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better.
Holy shit!
Huh?
It
Whoa,
changed.
Looking nice.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Press conference.
How we did it, the pyramids. World's
World's
healthiest
best
human being.
human being.
The
There
guy
it
who
is.
went to Mars. All eyes on Stanley, live on stage. The storyteller. Stanley reveals all in his new book.
Huh?
I like this. The narrator's trying to paint us as an egotist, I see.
What's this about the
Yes,
baby?
Here it is, just through this door.
Hold up.
Stage
Look
door.
at that baby poster. Like on your left.
World's first sentient machine. The Stanley Parable Stanley, tonight, live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley from the Stanley Parable, tonight, live on stage.
That's nice.
I wonder if
All
there's
right,
a
so
way
right
to...
behind you.
Behind me.
Yeah, behind you. I was curious about that baby poster to the left-hand side. Yeah, there it is.
An evening with World Peace Baby.
Huh.
You know, I'm actually a huge fan of World Peace Baby. I hear he brought about world peace.
Pretty impressive considering he's not even 2 months old.
You know, the narrator must have some connections because he's gotten some like really important people to this press conference. I don't think we should keep them waiting.
No,
I wonder.
Probably not.
I wonder.
Are you going
No.
to be a humble man, Stanley?
No, I thought I could go back to the elevator and do this all again. But he made sure to close off the elevator this time. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling.
To
and what it means to
stage.
craft a
Welcome,
truly
Stanley.
Unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry.
Almonds,
Don't
chair,
do
gun,
great.
table,
Just be
nut
yourself
bar.
and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
427.
Okay,
There's
it
my
looks like they're
chair.
ready for you. Go get them.
Damn, this is new. Huh, golf set. My chair says 427. Do you know what was really brilliant about this? So, when they were interpreting the release date for Stanley Parable Deluxe, they determined 427 today. We are employee number 427, staring at chair number 427, playing the newly released version of Stanley Parable on 427.
Huh.
Crows. What were you going to say?
Oh, no, I feel like this can't be coincidence.
It's not. Crows really likes their meta humor.
Yeah?
It's what they're known for. Huh. An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. Hey, Judd, I think that's your idol. Look, it's Chef Boyardee pretty much. Look at him. It's like a young Chef Boyardee. Boy, this stuff is good. Don't you see? Like, the resemblance is uncanny. Damn. So this is where the new budget went. We've actually got a crowd and everything. I'm going to speak in front of a massive audience.
Ooh.
I think
No.
I suffered stage fright. The baby has killed 30 people.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Was the
Stanley
ending
decided to
just
go to the
being
meeting.
blinded with
Perhaps
stage
he had simply
fright?
missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked,
Thought.
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Let's see if there's anything new over in... New content?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
They wanted... Oh. Monorail of some kind? Oh, I'm headed into the darkness. Let me guess, after you get one of the new endings, that sets off like a series of new endings.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences.
Like I said, crows loves their meta.
They do, though.
Please Step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well,
I'm
this
curious,
sounds
all right.
delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Oh, what? Now it's just going to be like a whole bunch of Ultra Deluxe stuff? Since I found that one Ultra Deluxe ending?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a massive...
Oh my god. Is this going to be a continuation of trolling me with the elevator?
Maybe.
Is he just going to, like, torture me limitlessly now for what I've done?
Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last...
This is a very old, dingy-looking elevator.
Never been more ready. Let's
I'm surprised
Sure
it's
is.
structurally sound.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
This is going to be a big troll, ain't it? Jump
We'll find
circle! Wait a minute. No.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh my god, I can jump!
You only have so many jumps.
They added a jump mechanic! Don't use
Jumping.
all of them, huh?
No? Oh, wait. Are you only allowed to jump in the circle, though?
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Like, can you jump right now?
Heart attack with how rapid it was beating. Warning now, don't use all of them. No, I can't jump now. I can only jump in the jump circle. There's going to be a reason that Josh here does not want me to use all the jumps, though.
Alright, let's find out what's what.
Goodness.
Well,
Another
hopefully 11's going to
elevator.
be enough for your
Stanley,
needs.
I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Now with
Let me guess, there will be
1,000
other
hours
jump
of new
circles,
content.
and I can
And
use the
every-
jumps to get to
There's
something.
more. Very good. Yes.
Makes sense.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for
Scaffolding,
whatever it
huh?
is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into
Is
it.
Ultra
In fact, I'm
Deluxe
looking
meant
right
to
now
make
at the game's
fun of
achievements, and it's
remasteries
hard
as
to
a
believe
cheap
when it
cash grab?
actually says, test achievement,
I'd believe it.
please ignore. What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Twitter?
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
There is only one more, but he scolds you if you use them all before the other one.
Huh.
I wound up in a different office?
It's the Deluxe office, you know.
I'm somewhere else now.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the
The
vent.
vent?
I want to show you something.
Or it goes back to the original area, I bet. In the vent, huh? Alright, let's check it out. A mug and a screwdriver. Oh, I see. If I keep the jumps,
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game
devs wouldn't find it.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
Where the game developers wouldn't find it, huh? Damn.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
I remember when I was a lad out in the
launch of the
countryside.
Stanley Parable on PC.
So he made like a big triangular ranch, huh? Stanley Parable memories, huh?
You
Zone,
see, Stanley,
sweet
doesn't the
zone.
Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Ah, the demonstration, yes.
Mhm.
Was a demo designed to get people hyped for the Stanley Parable. You know, they're actually missing the fact that the Stanley Parable was originally a Half-Life mod before it was ever a game on its own.
Perhaps as we go through the museum.
Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. British Academy of Film and Television Arts. Oh my! All these fake awards for the Stanley Parable. New video game releasing today. Oh my god. Yeah, and the New York Times and the Los Angeles Times.
Hold up. What was that subtext? Something
What?
surprisingly down to earth?
Creators surprisingly down to earth.
Ah.
Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. College show uneven effort to enroll poor. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. 50% off
a designer hat.
Yeah. Los Angeles Times. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. BAFTAs are real. Huh. Did the Stanley Parable actually win some? I like how there's just a piano there. In loving memory of little Stanley. Oh my god.
Oh.
Is that a gerbil or a chinchilla?
Who's to say?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com.
Don't read any views
Stephanie
except this
Sterling
one.
writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand
game
and
ever made.
all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally
Don't read any other
every
reviews but this
game
one.
ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now it's nothing. It's no games at all.
It's
It isn't
Skyrim.
even the
It was
Stanley
Persona
Parable
3.
anymore. It's just a husk,
Well.
Marco. A
I love
lifeless
the
husk
fucking meta.
with an hour of new
So good.
elevator content.
An hour of new elevator content? Oh boy.
Oh, so this is a continuation of the Ultra Deluxe ending. Is all of this just one really long extra ending? Memory zone maintenance. It's all the memory zone. The original remake. Person of the Year. I'm pretty sure that's me.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I think they're actually doing a really good job topping this. Like how there's a bunch of boxes in the way. The Serious Room 2013. Oh my god! Oh, that is where you go if you cheat.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Steam review.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
This is like God tier meta.
Down here.
Look at the Steam
Surely
reviews.
These reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
There's 2 endings within this one. Right, because you can go ahead and walk past the vent and just continue back into the original game from that area. Or if you avoid the vent, you're still getting a different ending. I'm curious. Oh no, it's a bad review. I don't want to go in there, Josh.
But you must. You must.
No, not even if the world depends on it.
Are you sure?
We're just gonna stand here. Is this Team Fortress 2 landscape? Look at the way these rocks are shaped. I mean, they did use Source initially to make this. Specifically, I think they used the Portal 2 engine. Time for the good times to end, fellas. Back into the darkness. Back into the world of 2020.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Ah!
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of
Oh, I
gags
can't
to
read
insert
this
into
good
the
review.
Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical
I wonder if that
insights,
could crush
I
me.
can't even imagine where I'd have the room
I
to
feel like
stick
it
them.
might, but I'd be careful.
It's raining now.
The sadness of reading a bad review.
Bruh. This is very concerning. And now the thunder rolls. Another bad review.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure, like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Dang. Another bad review.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews.
Oh
of
my
the
God.
Stanley Parable. That's my motto
Oh.
today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
I wonder if I could have just jumped into the water and let myself drown. It's just a skip button. There's nothing else. He made a giant room dedicated to one button.
Yes. The
He's-
skip button.
He gave it like hydraulic presses so it could lift out of the water. Massive room, installed lighting, just for one little skip button.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No.
I wonder what
Stanley
happens if I
Parable
don't
is a
skip
game
him.
for the people. And if
That
the
is the
people
goal.
want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like
boy.
this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to
There you-
manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday.
Until
Here and there,
just
forward and back, and
yesterday.
never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left?
I
until
guarantee
so much
there's
more
probably
than
something that
forever
happens if
ago?
you just let
Which
him
is
drone
why I
on.
say,
Oh, there's no
the
doubt.
story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is.
Oh, no,
so
he
on and
looped.
so forth,
He
until
loops.
inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once.
The real
so,
question
now you
is,
see,
how many
blah,
times
blah,
will
blah,
he
blah,
loop?
blah, 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 blah,
The
blah.
audio is
We've
probably
eaten too
just
much
set
and it
to
can't be just
keep
yet.
looping.
Until 245. That the logic of elimination
It's a
working
possibility,
backwards,
but it's
the
also a
deduction
possibility
therefore
that you just
becomes
need to wait it
impossible
out.
to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is.
I think
so
it
on and
just
so forth,
loops
until
into
inevitably,
itself.
We all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah blah.
Yeah,
blah,
it's
blah,
viral.
Blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of
I
elimination
feel
working backwards,
like
the
this is
deduction
meant to
therefore
loop
becomes impossible to
infinitely.
manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years.
Or this will go on for like a
Yesterday,
really
here and there,
long ass
forward
time,
and
like the
never a
baby
moment before
game.
lunchtime. It can't
Hope
be.
not.
It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so
I'm gonna
much
say
more
give
than
it maybe
forever
one
ago?
more
Which
loop,
is why I say, the
and
story
then
and the
I guess we
choices,
might
or what
concede.
have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until
My
just
God.
yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, The story and the choices.
I'm
are what
pretty sure,
have
yeah.
you, and therefore, by becoming...
All right. Here's about the shot.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty
Oh, I
of time
can't
for
hit
you
it
to
again.
deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less.
Am I
of a
just supposed to keep
rumination
skipping
and
him?
More of a treatise. Or
Maybe.
Stir
a
his feelings?
manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and
What
saying nothing,
is
are you
this?
not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made in fact make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact
I love how
that
they
you both
complained
are
about
and
him
are
being
not
annoying,
doing
so
them.
he gets
Okay,
deliberately
first, I'm
annoying
towards
here.
Manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around.
He does
and
not
slap
talk
that
this long
treatise
in the
label on this
original
one.
game.
I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you
No,
say
certainly
that
not.
Manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is
You're
rich
not
with
wrong.
ambition and
Manifesto really
history.
does have a much
Ambitious
grander
history,
sort
if
of
you
tone
will.
to it.
Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to Manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
What is he about to do?
Here we go.
I don't know, but I like his gumption there.
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise.
I wonder what's gonna win.
Manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise.
I'm gonna put my bets on Manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto.
What do you think he's gonna like?
Manifesto, treatise.
I
Manifesto.
want to go with Manifesto
Treatise.
as well.
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise.
This is unbelievably annoying.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise.
I love this guy's voice though.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
It's fantastic to know he's still doing voices and stuff in video games too.
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise.
I think this is just designed to loop too.
Treatise. Manifesto.
Maybe?
Treatise. Manifesto.
God dang it, it's really hard to tell.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button.
Dang it!
The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over.
How will we ever
I can't
know
wait
who
to see
won?
what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review
I could
so
do
that
it.
it reads as something more beneficial, something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the
No,
stone into which
Skip.
the Stanley Parables carved has itself been transmuted,
Suffer, you
offering
fool.
a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment.
What a
You
day,
are
what a
not
day.
beyond redemption.
What a day
You may
indeed.
change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving.
Huh.
I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of equity. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of
The door's
time
gone.
the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated.
I can't
and we can
leave.
say goodbye to it and
No!
wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Yes.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before.
Yes.
How else would we have gotten
There
into
was
the
a
room in the
door
first place? I don't
right
think
here.
one can enter a room without a door of some sort or a
I really
window
hope
or
this
something
thing
like
doesn't
that. Is it a
resubmerge
window,
itself in the river.
A porthole?
Oh boy.
A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there
Yeah.
a possibility that you could slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for
I'm
you to be able to leave?
trying.
Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of
Do
door
it, just
as
keep
long as it
plowing
can
onto
open
it.
and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall. I
Oh,
will
this
find a
hurts.
way, I promise. You just need to not do anything.
Just need to try harder.
The skip button. Please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I don't think this plan of ramming my body into the wall is going to work.
Perhaps not. Do you think you're going to have to do what he told you not to do?
Well, he told me to wait, so I guess we'll just stare at the clock and wait until he gets back.
Well, hopefully that won't be too long. 3 hours later.
So, in the meantime, what have you been up to?
Oh, you know, just this and that. Staring at a clock on a wall.
Really, really, you don't say. It just so happens I'm also staring at a clock on the wall.
Huh. It appears we are both attempting to pass the time.
Yeah, this time will pass very, very slowly. It's interesting
I
that the clock
suppose it might.
actually works.
It really does. Could this be the power investing in sand grain technology? It appears you've gained a banana. Huh.
I mean, it might only take 2 or 3 hours for him to get back with a door, right? He only has to, like, alter reality.
Isn't that what he just does on a whim by just saying X or Y happens?
Eh.
I mean, that's his whole shtick, right?
Yeah. I don't think he's coming back, Josh.
Are you sure? Well, I mean, we could always just skip the wait. But, as you said, it might have some very interesting consequences.
Process. Ah.
Is
We
it
want
truly
to
wise
suppress
press
it.
button?
We want to suppress it, Josh.
Well, as they do say, maybe it's time you suppress it.
Oh.
Okay, for your safety as well as those of those that may be watching, perhaps it's time to press the button.
Presses the button.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Wait a minute.
I've looked at it from every
If
angle.
we
I've checked
skip
every one of those
long
doors
enough,
1,000 times, and there's
this
no
room will
door, Stanley.
decay
There's no
to
door.
pieces.
There's just you and the
Not
button,
an
and if
incorrect
you keep
statement.
pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe. I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God.
Gee,
And it's
I
all because
wonder.
of those reviews. Those reviews that
I like how they
couldn't get out of my
intentionally
head. I
just set him up
couldn't
in a situation where he's
ignore
going
the
to be a
negative
hyper
feedback.
rambler.
Why was it so
Yeah.
important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even
Cookie
met
Nine.
Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is it?
Oh, that would
Here
suck.
I
We
am,
come
now,
back and then
stuck
we
in a
just
room,
drown or get eaten
waiting
by
to
some
press
kind of
this
monster
button,
fish or something.
become frozen in time,
That would
knowing
be
that you're
terrible,
going
wouldn't
to
it?
do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power
I hadn't
to
even
prevent it
thought
all
about
from
that. What if
happening.
this thing
If only I'd
resubmerges
known
into
my
the
mistake.
ocean?
It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship.
You are so
Surely
right.
you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here.
You are
Oh,
just
no,
absolutely
no.
correct right now, Mr. Narrator.
You'll be leaving me oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much?
Nope.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness.
The lights have
I
gone out.
Someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2
1
weeks.
week?
I've
2?
been sitting here all that time, just sitting
Oh,
here
poor
with a single
narrator.
person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking.
I like how the plant has died.
That it's exactly the same as always. Doesn't that feel
And the
like
lights
what
have
we've
gone out.
already been doing? Me just talking.
It has been
But
2
it isn't,
weeks.
Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcomes,
God.
not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up.
Don't you
every
learn to
branching
stop
path.
rambling?
I'll burn my story to the ground. One single
I've left you
thing I
alone for a
need, and
week.
God, I can see now that I need it more than anything.
Next time I
is
hit
to
that button,
know
it'll be a
that
month.
Someone else is taking
Maybe
it in.
worse.
These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me.
It's been like 40 years, Stanley.
You can hear me. There may be
40 years, Stanley. The machine aliens finally invaded the world and I'm Australian now.
perhaps.
The previous narrator is gone.
Perhaps
He
I've been saying
died.
this whole time.
Why did he
If I
become
stop,
Australian?
I'll slip backwards into the
I don't
sun
know.
and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley.
Maybe it's because of
I can't lose
Sharpwing's
myself
interest
a
in Ty the
stretch of
Tasmanian
interest in
Tiger.
you and me. When you press that button, you're
It's a
still
flimsy
right
excuse at
there, but
best.
I know you're so tremendously far away, and in those moments, the
Shut
emptiness-
up! I can't do this anymore, Josh.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're
I'll
here
have to
again.
try.
Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me
It's
just
been a
say
year.
to you, to begin with, there is only
God
regret.
dang.
There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities.
The
I felt
horrors of the
nothing
skip
at
button.
all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them
Oh my
collapsed
goodness.
down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known.
I
It was
feel
a
like if you
space
skip
without
enough time, the
consequence,
narrator will
without
have died
action
and then
or
there's a
outcome.
different
It
narrator
was
ranting
divorced
to you.
entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for
What the
so long.
thought?
There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events. Not if all events.
I just want to
existed
point
in the
out, though,
same
this guy's been
moment.
sitting
And I
in one
felt
place for an entire year.
I felt
Somehow he didn't eat or
unburdened by
drink
the
in that
need
time, and
to
he's still
manifest
alive.
a particular outcome into
Oh, he's
being.
fine.
I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness.
Is the narrator
equanimity
currently
of
talking
the
about how
moment,
he became
both
immortal?
Singular and infinite. For the longest
Thought.
time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Oh, now he's just not going to talk to me.
Huh.
Is the smoke detector going off?
I think it might be. Maybe because the battery's dead.
What a weird touch. If I do this again... There's no more narrator.
He's left us alone.
Josh, I think it's darker than that. I think he's dead. How much time has passed?
Only one way to find out.
What is that noise?
Fire alarm?
I can't get up to it.
Heck, you know what that means? The only way to escape the beeping is...
But they didn't understand the game was
What
never
the-
meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak
Where
to the
did you
human
go?
condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they
You left
gnashed
me
their
alone
teeth
in
and
the
said,
darkness.
Entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their
He's
pitiful
still
demands. But
going
then
on about
he's
that.
talking
Man,
too
it
much,
really
they said.
upset him.
First, he didn't entertain
You
us,
understand
now
this
he
could have been
shut up.
50
It's
years,
the
this could have been 100
inconsistency,
years,
it's the
he's
lack of
still thinking about
accountability.
it?
It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words
It's
that they are
been
speaking into
50
the world,
years.
as though there were no
My
consequences for a
God.
lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course,
You're just
absolutely
talking to yourself
anyone
now,
can
aren't you,
leave a
narrator?
review. So here's what we
believe
get.
it.
We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim
Okay, this
for
clock
no
died a
reason
long
other
time
than
ago.
to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity
I'm not
these
gonna lie, I'm kind of
entertainments
enthralled
are.
here.
What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about
really
them
is still just
than it
folding
ever
back to
said
that
about
review.
me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters,
Just having a time.
and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the
Here we
human
are.
condition.
It is looped.
But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic...
Huh. I'm alone in the silence again, huh?
I wonder how long it's been now.
I hear dripping. The stone must be starting to decay.
We're getting there.
The end is never the end, 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 is never.
He's lost his mind.
Never the end is never the is never the end, is never the end.
Oh! Water is starting to get in
Oh boy.
through the pipes. So, I'm thinking this thing has resubmerged. Oh! Hey, it's decayed. It's decaying.
Oh.
The light! I see it!
Oh.
Oh, we're gonna
It's
get
been
out,
so
Judd.
long.
We're gonna get out of here.
But the end is never the end.
Well, for me it is. Judd, I can see it. I can see it. It's been 86 years.
Might be longer than that.
I think at this point it's been like, oh my god, there's foliage growing in here. I think we're talking about like Portal 2 time at this point. I can see the outside too. I hope those jumps I saved come in handy.
Perhaps they shall.
Are there ghosts out there?
It's kind of spooky.
I don't like those sounds. I don't like that. Are you listening?
Yeah.
You want to skip before whatever's out there finds us?
Well, the thing is, though, we're just frozen in place.
We won't see it.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, the button fell over. Oh. Oh my.
Wait. What happens if you try to press the button on the ground? Whoa, before that, is everything a desert?
I can't press the button again.
Probably for the best. Not gonna lie.
You maniacs! You fried it up! Damn you! Damn you all to Fortnite!
Oh, can't say I saw this coming.
We gotta go out to the desert, Judd. We have to find our means of salvation. To the Sahara.
Honestly, this may be the most open frickin' area I've seen in. Oh, the end is never the end!
Was that really the ending?
I don't know, but it said the end is never the end. Because it's true. The ending is never the ending because it's never the end.
I don't
His
trust it.
co-workers were gone.
I don't
What could
trust it.
mean?
I don't-
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't trust it.
Hopefully in this timeline, the narrator's not broken by the fact someone didn't like his freaking, got a bad review.
The new content door again?
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Wait, does this loop?
Maybe.
He has to know what we've been through.
Surely.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further, which is why
It's still
I'm very
continuing.
proud to announce for the first time ever The Stanley Parable 2.
Well then.
We go from the Ultra Deluxe Edition to, hey, so, you know, I had you rotting for like hundreds of years in a concrete box to escape out to a desert and reset time, only to pitch a sequel. Sure.
Alright, let's see it.
You know what?
You see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few
427.
minor additions? Think of all the new
The end is never the end
a
again.
full-fledged sequel, an entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
My goodness. Asking for a sequel? Alright, let's play the Stanley Parable 2, I guess.
Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the
I like how
Stanley
this ending
Parable
is so
2,
incredibly
now
long it
that's
functions
an
as its own
artistic
game.
statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchise.
I kind of like that it doesn't end with the desert, though. It just keeps going.
Yes. Perhaps that new content door literally is the gateway to all the new content.
Probably. And it's after you do that broken elevator ending. Oh no. They're using crows. The Stanley
A little
Parable
too on
2.
the nose.
New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. They're back. 2 doors. They're just taking the piss out on this concept.
Yeah, they really
Well, how could you make a sequel to the Stanley Parable? It was an art game. It was a contemporary piece. It was a game that played you. How do you make a sequel to that?
Great skill.
More TSP, better TSP. Win-win. 2 sequential mind share. The color red, leverage, holistic value. I'm wondering what's going to happen since I didn't use all the jumps.
I'm more curious as to when that actually finally kicks in, yeah.
All this different art for how the Stanley Parable 2 should look. Right brain and left brain. My goodness.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific.
This way to the
or
show
logical,
floor.
really.
Huh.
So it seems like what winds up happening is you do the elevator ending, you die from a heart attack, and that's when the new content door unlocks. Because all the new endings and stuff, I guess, are packed into this one new content door to make it really easy to find them.
Fair enough.
Unless this in and itself is a trick, and there are still more endings scattered throughout the map.
I'd believe it.
Oh my god, they went above and beyond. I understand, this is just a game about walking around and looking at stuff.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Office decorations, Stanley Parable, reassurance bucket,
Reassurance bucket.
the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. What?
I'm curious.
No, that's got to be a trick.
I'm curious.
For the Stanley
No!
Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized
Big two
and
sponsors, right?
validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
I bet it doesn't say my name. There's no way.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name.
There was so much more to
Let's
explore in
have
that
you
room.
play as Jim to really
We'll be
simulate
back.
the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to
So
imagine
dumb.
yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel
Damn.
it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
That's cold.
If so, then please.
Man, I don't know,
step
Jim.
forward
This
and
seems
press the
really
button.
strange.
I agree, Jim.
Yes, you see, what a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you.
So
to
instead of the
degree.
8 button, it's a button that says Jim now.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still
Jim.
be worth the money. Let's take a
Would
break
it?
from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Our word
Whoa
Jim.
there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
It goes into the floor.
He stole your Jim button.
You know, if he could do that with a button, why couldn't he just put a damn door on the box?
Reasons. Say the way back is open.
Okay, so he's not planning on, like, trapping us into one ending. Good. It just felt very ominous to see 2 open doors.
That's
I
how you know it's
suppose
a
I could allow
sequel.
only people
There's 2
named
doors.
Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the
Please
work
no
of finishing
screenshots.
this feature.
Oh no. The
The
baby
baby's all
is all
grown up.
grown up. You gotta save him from bankruptcy.
Well done. Wait, can you actually press that button?
Red is the new orange.
Nope.
No. A whole new office. Damn. Updated, ray traced, more of the same, but in a good way. Sequel to the new features, new content, new ideas. Yeah, you already advertised this shit, actually. Oh, there's another jump circle, an infinite hole. Collectibles.
Achievements. I don't know, that seems a little ominous.
Yeah, I'm not going in there just yet. Oh, there's an exit too.
There's actually the floor plan for it. I'm curious as to what would... Wait, hold on. There's an arrow pointing to a new, free, and easy achievement. Clearly, if you go to it, things will occur.
Wait, where?
Oh, behind you.
Q?
No, behind you. See right there, free achievement behind you? No, like, yeah, there. Free, new, easy, yeah.
I can't believe it's that simple.
Trophy. Hold the lever, receive your new achievement, no more steps, it just works. Ha!
Get yours
It just
right now.
works.
Here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel. To
Damn
at
it.
last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I wonder if after doing that enough times it actually gives it. I wouldn't put it past this game to do it, but it depends on how much. Please pull.
Go to the hole. It's very cool.
All right, I'm curious.
The infinite hole.
Surely falling into it won't be bad, right?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Infinite hole. All right, let's check it out. Rim, surrounding area, depth, infinite.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right.
I believe there's a way
Infinite
down your
fall.
left.
You
Yeah.
can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Huh. Infinite hole ending?
Uh-uh.
Well, I don't know. It might be worth taking a peek. But, you know, once you fall down, that's probably going to be it. I don't know.
And then we have to come back.
Maybe?
I wouldn't want to do that.
What if it just pops you back out the other side?
But it's an infinite hole.
It says it's an infinite hole, but is it?
You know, most of the things he's shown have either been broken or didn't work in some strange way, so
I'll
you could be
honest,
right.
I haven't yet decided on this one.
Indeed.
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
He chooses the
I just
opposite
want
of
to
what...
bet he just flips the choice.
Yeah. He just ignores your
Or actually,
choice.
maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh, I want the merch. Damn it. So we've got the gym button. We've got that exhibit there. Oh, here's an area. Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the... well, we'll figure that out later.
Yes, implying that there is a final end. A reassurance bucket.
Where's the reassurance bucket at, I wonder?
Oh, behind you. And look on your left. A little more. Oh, you'll see it.
Oh, it's a jump circle.
You know what, Stanley? I
Oh,
actually think
we
the
don't want to
jump
use our
circle
jump
was
here.
a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Oh,
Couldn't resist. I still have 10 jumps, so, you know.
yes, the real question is, will 10 jumps be enough for you? Do whatever it is you need to do.
That or it's just another jump circle.
Could be.
Oh,
So, the fact that
bucket
it's
of
tracking it
reassurance.
means there's some sort of like big deal with it.
the bucket of reassurance is up that giant staircase for whatever reason.
Oh, you know what that means? Time to go get some reassurance. After you've been reassured, perhaps we shall attempt the hole.
I guess I gotta go to the settings world champion.
Denied. Oh, actually, that's a good idea.
Delete save data. Oh my god. You would have thought. But no.
Oh, it was a good idea.
That's new. What is this? No, I guess that's whatever. I guess we'll go to the bucket next.
Yes. What secrets does this bucket hold?
This mysterious bucket. See, a giant staircase leading all the way up to a reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley parable was that it was
That's a little
confusing and
grandiose.
paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in
Where's
those
the bucket?
who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley parable reassurance bucket.
Oh.
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley parable will feel perfectly normal.
That's actually pretty clever.
And comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your
There's a way to
arms.
unlock the door.
It's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
I can hold the bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
I'm just carrying a bucket.
Can I say that I
And it
too
makes
am
bucket
a
noise as the
strange
handle
air of
slightly
charisma
moves as I
well.
walk.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more.
Damn, I was hoping to
in
take the bucket.
Stanley Parable 2.
Maybe you can get the bucket and throw it in the hole.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video?
Can I throw it in the hole?
Be an award if it isn't.
Oh my god.
They try it?
Oh, to the infinite hole. It won't end. Throw the bucket into the infinite hole.
This makes sense to me. Well, assuming you can throw the bucket. Hopefully you can.
Every number on the slider. Or I can jump down the hole with the bucket.
Oh, that's an option. Will the bucket protect you against the infinite expanse of the hole?
Okay, real quick, Josh. If I jump down this hole, will this end the game for me?
I have no idea.
The other Josh.
Oh, fair enough.
I need to know this. Joshua, tell me, is this hole my end? The infinite hole? Okay.
see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Let's see if this really
Now,
has
I don't
a...
mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Hey, look, the entrance is getting
Sooner
smaller.
rather than later spectrum of things.
Huh.
Look at that, the entrance is disappearing. This is actually a very, very deep
I don't know
hole.
quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite
Oh!
nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look,
Personally,
things
I'm
got a little heated there.
more
I think
impressed
we
that
both
Stanley's
said some
legs are
things we
perfectly
didn't
intact.
mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
Or super
then go
deep.
ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole, and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I wonder
I'm
if he'll...
curious what he would say if you jumped back in the hole and got to the bottom again.
I wonder what
Perhaps he
happens if
doesn't
I...
react at all.
I wonder what happens if I don't hit the teleport button.
Ah, man, these... It's always a question of what ifs with this game, isn't it?
Well, that's what makes it so interesting.
Indeed. How many contingencies did the devs plan
Feel
for?
free to jump in a few times more if you wish.
Great.
I
Now,
see.
I'm very excited. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
I love this.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Is it me or is the hole getting less and less
That's
deep?
shorter.
Seem even shorter to you this time. I couldn't
Oh
help
my
but feel
god,
that
I
you
can
spent a little less
uninfinite the
time
hole.
in there than you did before. I mean,
Well, let's do it.
I can uninfinite his infinite
I
hole.
didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Yeah, we're going to turn it into a
Had
small
enough?
well.
I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Oh,
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
only less than 7 seconds.
Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do.
You press
Hit the
G when you're at
teleport
the
button
top of it
when you're
and make
ready
it
to move
basically a
on.
floor. Oh, you probably can, can't you?
Return to the surface.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win
Is this
for
what we
everyone.
needed a jump for?
You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Because technically it's a jumping circle, isn't it? Don't know. Hmm?
You can't jump.
Hold on a second, I heard a weird...
Is something about to happen? This music's not
Dark
happening for
Arts
no
is this-
reason. Wait, it's sinking. Judd, the hole's sinking.
Yes, the secrets of the hole.
I'm learning. I'm learning the secrets to the universe, Josh. Not you, Josh. You, Josh.
Thanks, Joe.
Oh, it's beautiful. Goodbye, world. The hole is re-infiniting.
Think it'll go quick, change your perspective?
Oh my god, what?
It's
Bruh.
on the floor.
His face. I love how the bucket is with me.
Glorious. Such an action shot.
Change my perception. It changes the music.
Okay, it
This
makes
is
sense to me.
great.
Do it again.
Change your reality.
Huh.
That's an interesting little feature they've added.
Yes.
It's really, it's the game that plays you.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up
That's
the
funky.
space of mine.
I will be right back.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer.
It's so dumb. How many different musics do they have? Alright, let's try reality. Ooh, I like that. Change yourself. This is so cool. I'm a fucking robot. Robot number 427. The hell am I now? Holy shit, I'm upside down.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley. because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Right. That was kind of cool, but... Oh, is this going to happen again? Please don't tell me this is just a repeating feature. Okay. Oh! Well, what do you know?
Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Interesting. I like how I still have the reassurance bucket even after reloading reality. There's an exit that way. That's not where we're going. Settings World Champion. You have to hit every number on the sliders and find all the sliders. There is one hidden one. Every number on the sliders. Well, nowhere left but the achievement room.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Stanley figurine. Wow, this is scary. Collect them all.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Are these the sliders I have to collect? I wonder, can I go back in and see more collectibles? So I gotta find some collectibles, do I?
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Alright, Bucket, you gotta go back. They're hidden in the main game. The collectibles are now just hidden somewhere in the main game. Are you talking about the gameplay sliders? Okay. And there's secret numbers. Okay. I have no clue what those numbers are. And I'd have to sit here all day guessing them. Hold on. 2. I have to hit every number the sliders can go to.
The story of a man named Stanley.
A hidden one in general. Uh, that didn't do anything. Or maybe I have to do them all in one go.
This is the story of a
Like how the simplified controls just takes out space. Oh, I'd like to know why the hell that won't open. I have 10 jumps left. Oh, I see. Content labels. Ha. I think that's everything.
So tell me, what was at the bottom of the supposedly now infinite hole?
Nothing.
Oh. So how long did it take for you to get to the point where you could just go back up top?
A bit. Apparently, I
Oh.
just hallucinated the whole transition. There was a
Oh.
point. There was a point where I could alter the camera perspective, and apparently myself.
Huh.
I guess I just exit.
Did you check out the collectibles section?
Yes, apparently now there are Stanley figurines that I can find throughout the regular game.
Huh.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Okay.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Collectible.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes.
He's just
this is
rearranging
much
them.
better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
2 buckets.
Stanley.
3
This
buckets.
isn't a
4
coherent
buckets.
video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
That's what you meant by finding the collectibles in the main game.
But it would need a
He's just
really
gonna take all these
tremendous
features and shove them into the first
title
Stanley
screen
Parable.
that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2.
I wonder if this is an ending that
Have you
unlocks
seen titles
other
with something about
endings, because if you have these mechanics incorporated...
Go ahead. Take a look.
Makes sense to me.
Oh my god, the Stanley Parable 2. I'm at the main menu. Wait a minute, I wonder.
Good question here will be whether or not this is just another play on the thing, or if this was the intention all along. Like, is it really Super Deluxe Edition, or is it actually the sequel that is inside of itself? It's weird. But no.
Yeah, maybe
We'll see
Deluxe
which one.
Edition is actually Stanley Parable 2. You know? It is, technically. Like, here you go. Here's the main menu, Stanley Parable 2. You mean tell me that don't count? I'm playing with the settings because according to Joshua... messing with all the settings does a thing.
Including your keybinds. Well, the good news is you can just hit reset on them.
Alright, Stanley Parable 2. We got the credits. Begin the game. Let's see how different it is.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked.
There are
for a company
balloons
where
in the
he
office
was
now.
Employee number
Well, he did say he was going to
427.
add the balloons.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons. On
That's the big twist.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk. telling
Ultra
him
Deluxe is not
how long to put.
actually a remastery. It's the sequel.
This is what Employee 427 did.
This is how they did it, by fucking with the meta even more.
Yeah. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Spoiler,
And then
spoiler,
one day,
spoilers.
something very peculiar happened. Something
Is
that
it
would
just gonna
forever
open as the
change
Stanley
Stanley.
Parable 2 now?
Something he would never quite forget.
Logically, this
He had
makes
been at
sense.
his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor.
Ha! I could skip the opening cutscene. Okay, so we've got balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh my god, the bucket!
Stanley picked
Yes! Oh god, I love it.
Comfort bucket.
I wonder if the new content door is gone or if this is just like Stanley Parable now.
We shall see.
Hey, the new content door is gone.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I bet I have to grab the bucket in order to continue shit as it went. Let's defy.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Is this just going to be like the base game, but whenever I pick up the bucket, he's going to blame the bucket for shit?
And here it was. Had the
possible.
bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful.
I like
the
how I'm
bucket
just
turned
carrying a
out to be.
bucket. What a twist. The bucket.
No, never mind.
Comfort
the bucket
bucket.
was wrong.
Do you feel comfort
Stanley
from
took
having
the door
this?
on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Oh, I'd forgotten there was an elevator there.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Excuse me? The narrator is inadvertently giving
said
you
the bucket.
orders through the
Now ride
medium
the
of
lift
the
all
bucket?
the way to the top.
Oh, there's a
something up there
collectible
I
over
need you to
there.
do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose
Who
not to
goes?
think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him,
There's a
and
stream.
he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yo.
Yo, Matt, we're streaming. We're playing the Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition.
You mean Torment the Narrator Deluxe Edition?
Oh, have you
No,
played it?
stop. Look there
I've
on the
watched you
wall.
play it
See,
before.
there's a sign right there. It
Not
says,
this specific
"No
one, but
buckets
I
past
remember you
this
playing the
point."
original, and we
Stanley,
played
how could you think it was
some of the
okay to
demo
leave a
games
bucket
and what,
here?
like the
Unless-
baby game.
What if the problem is that you actually don't
And then
know
failed
what
at it and then
is a
played
bucket
Minecraft
and
in
what
it.
isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about
Are
your
there going to be
behavior up
endings
this
involving
point.
the bucket now?
If that's true, well,
Clearly.
my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding.
No,
will have dire
Stanley. That
consequences
sign
on the
clearly
entire
says
rest
no
of the game
buckets.
if not addressed quickly and properly. So
Now
Yes, the
put
bucket
that
says go.
bucket down, you little snot,
On
before
your
the
understanding
floating
what
head
is
slaps you.
and isn't
Oh,
a
you're
bucket.
mixing games, are you?
Because it's the same narrator.
Oh. That's new.
And so the eternally dark Stanley, or no, Stanley the ever typing. There you go.
This is a
Now
bucket.
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us
Welcome
everything
to
we'll
Is
ever need to
This
know about
a
what
Bucket?
is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
I guess I'm gonna say no to fuck with him, right?
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh my god. Wait, I wonder.
Item 2. Is this a
That
bucket?
one jiggled. It is a bucket.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Ah, that's
Damn.
fair, huh?
The game's deliberately trolling you for trying to defy it.
Item 3.
You have
Is
the
this
only real bucket, clearly.
Incorrect. This
What?
is a bucket.
I was lied to. By myself.
There's
Item 4.
That is definitely a bucket.
that is absolutely a bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick.
It's a
How on earth
bucket
did you
to
manage
me.
to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Wait, are you trying to say all the paths are altered because of the bucket? That's brilliant.
It's a tractor. Yes, it is.
Correct. This is a bucket.
What?
That was a bucket.
I think he's messing with us.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
How
He's
did he
just
hit
fucking
both?
with us now.
How does that work?
Item. Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Is this a bucket? What? It's a tractor. You know what?
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And
I'm
therefore
just
nothing
fucking
could
with him at
possibly
this
be
point.
something. Unless, in
Like I
your
said, this is
twisted
Torture the
mind, have
Narrator
you
simulator.
somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. Yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
What is a
Any of
bucket,
us know
Stanley?
what a bucket is? Am I
What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Don't you erase my bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was
Because you said everything was a bucket.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh, God, I had no idea.
I will laugh if you go into the code and all of the items are registered as bucket 1, bucket 2, bucket 3, bucket 4, bucket
You're
5.
not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
We're not
I
buckets.
actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact.
Better not
that we
take away my
haven't got a
bucket.
Game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
This is one continuously long ending, isn't it? Like it's like an ending that goes on
Just a
forever.
step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through the
Now
mall.
I bet if I don't take the bucket, I get the original endings. But with the bucket,
Stanley lifted the
it's
bucket into
altered.
his arms, and a wave of
Makes
comfort
sense. Now, what
rushed
happens if you
over
go
him.
down the normal path?
with the
Which is
bucket,
to say, following the narrator's instructions.
yeah, let's figure it out.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Wait, what happens if I
It's
try
the bucket parable.
Yeah.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
The broom closet.
The bucket wants to go to the broom closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as
He
clear
thought
as day
about
that
this.
The broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This
Is
your
there a new
command
broom closet
and
ending?
lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has
It's
to
I like how
just
the broom
every-
closet is a sentient entity.
insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the
Oh,
imply that you and the bucket
If
are
you
not
go to the
truly
boss's
deep and
bathroom
lasting
with the
friends,
bucket,
that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
I hate you.
Expand on the wide variety of
Hate you, broom
experiences
closet.
you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I hate you, broom closet. You smell like mildew and mold. You smell like a janitor has
I've
neher
got
used you.
Something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Hey,
Now it's settled.
hey!
No more debate. No
He
more
stamped
discussion.
my bucket
Take
with
a
my
hike,
name.
Broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
That's such a nice little Easter egg.
I love the random,
All right, I've got a
copious amounts of
second sticker
detail
back
and
here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see?
He's just gonna put
That it
stickers on the
works
bucket, isn't
because
he?
The sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not,
This is
literally
the bucket.
this is just the check the narrator
it's
got
a
for this.
bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
I love how they have added features to the game, though, like a bucket.
Yeah, just the ability to pick up a singular bucket and
You know
carry it
what?
around with you.
I could take the name calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I love this guy. I wonder if he comes back. You know what? I don't know. I wonder, is there a secondary broom closet ending with the bucket? We'll find out.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs.
I'm surprised there's no reaction to you leaving the broom closet.
Can I still get all the... I can still get all the other endings with the bucket. To the executive bathroom with the bucket. Collectible.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that.
You got
sort
your
of
limited
happiness,
edition
Stanley.
Stanley
God knows
amiibo.
I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across.
We've got
one of these
collectibles in
beautiful
the game now.
figurines.
I like how this whole game is a meta commentary on game mechanics now, because the previous Stanley Parable, right, was a meta commentary on storytelling. This one is
There's a meta commentary on game mechanics, as you said.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's great. People are gonna love this. Oh, I wonder, is there a collectible in the elevator? Come on, Mr. Bucket. That's a very shiny piece of paper, though.
There should have been collectible keyboard keys.
Something like that.
Given him his job to press the keyboard keys.
I like how the elevator's just here to, like, amuse us, but it doesn't really do anything. Like, this elevator never goes anywhere, no matter how long you stay in it. It just vibrates.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
This is
Even
just
now, in his
altered
darkest of
narration.
hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos? It would be with him.
Wait a second, is that the
always.
Toy Story, the Pixar ball on the bottom of the shelf there?
He knew it. The two
What?
of them were inseparable.
Behind the desk, is that the Pixar ball?
At this point, Stanley was so
Oh, no, it's
absorbed
just a
in the
globe.
tender spiritual connection he shared with the
It kind of
bucket
looks like
that
it.
he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I like how this all started just because I pick an ending with
Another
the
miniature Stanley
elevator.
figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I kind of figured they'd be in different poses.
You can go up and down the elevator again and again and again, and that gives you the first secret ending. Then once you do that, it unlocks like a new content door at the beginning that you can go into at any time.
And have you done the one where you just defy the narrator and go like the right door repeatedly and all that?
Yeah. Doesn't it just crash the game over and
The
over again?
elevator raced down,
I don't know.
plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
So, like, originally you couldn't do this in the original Stanley Parable, but I already got that ending.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Or escape. Huh. Alright, let's go. We get the original ending with Mr. Bucket. And that's how we'll end off this stream.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
At least I have a companion now.
The weighted companion bucket.
Pretty much. Just give me a carrying the bucket mechanic.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped.
There's one fired.
Monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything...
It's just every ending, but the dialogue is altered for the bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life.
You think the
in
bucket
someone
would protect me
else's
from a
control?
nuclear
Never!
explosion?
He squeezed the
Put it
bucket
over your head.
tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
You two traitors!
But here was
Our
the
sleeper
truth.
agent, Mr. Bucket.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Alright, bucket.
How do you high five a limbless entity?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
It's just altered for me in the bucket.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
So tell me, how did Closet Bucket work out?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
That's new.
Unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't.
Did you
believe
notice
this
that on the
place.
bucket it
Not
says
while he
property
has
of
such
Stanley?
a precious bucket in his
Yeah.
arms. Not
It was
while
a
this
sticker he
building has
slapped on
anything
it
to
because of
say
the
about
broom
it.
closet.
Stanley
Fair
realized
enough.
he would never again leave this very room. But at least he
It's
has
the
the
narrator.
bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
My bucket still has the stickers on
The
it.
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Let's torrent the narrator this time.
Stanley and bucket.
Let's what?
Stanley
Go
clutched
right.
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out
Congrats,
to be
Matt.
correct?
You're the bucket.
Well,
Give
no,
him directions.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
All right, bucket.
Said
Let's
the
do
bucket.
this.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere
Ah!
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I killed myself for the bucket.
I think you're supposed to go across the lift and
Stanley thought to himself,
Yeah, I
that's
know.
all I need.
you
If I can
break the
make it through
game and
this
then
door,
it keeps
warmth
breaking.
spread
Yeah, I
through
deliberately
Stanley's
killed
house.
myself with the bucket.
in his arms
For the
again,
die
he
with
was
the bucket
hungry.
ending.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Die for the bucket.
Stanley had
I don't
felt the
know.
bucket calling to him.
Guess what?
Telling him
It's
that
not
the
her calling you,
employee
it's
lounge
bucket
was
calling you.
simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Let's
Stanley
find
took
out.
the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I love this.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley
I'm
once
trying to
again
figure out
obeyed
how to
blindly.
get that figure over there. There's clearly a vent there. There's a
Well, you gotta be
figurine
sus.
there. Shit, son. No, no, there definitely has to be like a secret way over to the vent in order to get that collectible. Come on, bucket.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or
A
spoken
small
quicker?
ramp to get on the boxes
Comedic
there.
timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Let me guess, the lecture video, instead of being about meta, is going to be about comedy.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively
everything
silence
just
your
changes
political
due to the
enemies?
bucket.
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told
You know,
a
I
joke
just
or made
realized
someone
this is
laugh,
just the
in all
narrator, but he
likelihood, you
changed
did it
his
while
voice
standing
pitch.
50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy.
I love this.
Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no
Still,
less
if
than
there's a
10
ramp to
pages
get on
long
the boxes,
and should include the same question
then that
repeated
means
several
that
times,
vent leads
just
somewhere.
to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Jesus.
That went dark.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's where all the
this
coworkers
video
went.
is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then.
You can't even
So
see the
with
bucket
that in
sticker.
mind, I believe the only way forward is for
Oh, the
us
bucket
to
sticker's
turn to
gone.
the 2 doors and walk through all of this again,
see
so
Stanley
I can
on it.
try telling my story with more
But the bucket
appropriate
sticker's
comedic
gone.
delivery. Come along, let's head back.
They've been altering your bucket. Are you gonna take that?
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be.
I like how they
stitches.
fenced it up.
A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous! How absurd! What a hilarious concept! The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional.
Oh,
video.
and the
Otherwise,
bridge over to
who
the
knows where
collectibles
we'd
gone.
be right now.
So you had to do this
Well, I
from a
wouldn't be the
fresh
king of
start.
comedy, that's for
Mhm.
sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need
I like
to
how there's a
overthink
key card
things.
swiper here. I like this. It's those subtle differences, you know?
Now let's just keep tormenting him.
Perfect delivery.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Everything's all
What's going on?
staticky
There
now.
were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
Oh, that's just.
Is
There
this-
was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A
Oh, something
dramatic
wrong with the
set
screen
of
share?
Remarkable comedic wit, which culminates in this
Yeah.
scene with the.
Give me a second.
At first I thought it was intentional, like the game was falling apart, so it was all staticking at first.
phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, no, no.
Oh, I see.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of
So
two open
originally
doors,
that
they
was a
entered the door
destroyed
together.
mess of pixels, and then it would immediately reset the sequence. So they've changed like a lot of stuff.
No, 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 no. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame?
Oh my
Pale...
god, you're kidding
What's
me.
another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. No, 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 no. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see. Let's see.
So this is
Stanley
interesting.
decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the
You guys are
correct
gonna
way
answer
to
the phone this
meeting room,
time?
But
Or-
Stanley had felt the bucket
I'm
calling
going to
to
get
him,
that
telling
figurine
him
and see where
the
that vent
employee
leads.
lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Oh yeah, I
No,
see it. There's a small
said the
ramp to
bucket.
get up to the boxes.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Well, first let's get the collectible. Get the collectible first. Wait.
That's interesting.
Just in case it's a one-way trip.
Yeah, that's a drop. So I'm curious where that leads.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little
We have
Stanley
4 of
figurines,
6.
and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it.
Stanley
I'm sure
Parable
it will
2.
come to me.
Also, this is shady as f with the damn.
Hey, I did find a new place.
Where the hell are we now?
Somewhere. Somewhere new.
Did we escape the narrator?
Huh. A tape?
Lots of tapes.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
252?
The emptiness in my chest.
Let me guess, there's a door called 252, isn't there?
It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
You think it's those bug boys?
No way. So that's weird. Okay, remember that number, 252.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
So 252 is going to be pretty important.
I mean, we're in the 400s still, so...
Where are the 200s at?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Maybe he's to the left.
How do we get to the baby game where it's like the game making?
Trying to remember that, honestly.
What?
That's new. Wait a minute. What we know. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. This is new.
Who took these pictures of them?
Damn, they are fucking with the meta in ways you would not expect in this one.
I like how the meeting is turned to tips to not get fired too. Find the Stanley figurines. What if there's like another secret ending revolving around the figurines?
I bet. And it's an ending that like spans across the
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we be in here for hours. Alas, no stickers.
No. Come on, go to the store and get some more.
Yeah, give me more stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
God, where the hell was 252 at?
Well, I don't think in the manager's office.
Well, it's a little late now. I guess I'll,
Given that it probably would be downstairs, given the fact usually when it comes to the hundreds, the floor number is the first number.
Downstairs. The elevator. Yeah, the elevator. Hello. The input emitter.
Well, let's just escape, I guess.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark
Wasn't it like
clouds of
2485?
confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it.
Or 2,
The
4,
two
5,
of
8.
them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
Oh.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Or we can try blowing ourselves up with the bucket.
Bucket will protect you. It must.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket.
2845, yeah.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears. As
I couldn't
Stanley
find
played
252
gently,
quickly enough.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh, there's 252. Or, oh wait, no, that's 525. I'm gonna see if I can't find it on the monitor. There might be something important here. 252. Is that a filing cabinet? What is that? Where are you at, buddy? I need to find you.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence?
Like, I'm
as
assuming
well?
that's what
Had the
Joshua
bucket
in the chat
to
wants me to
this?
do, is
It
find
didn't
room
wish to.
252.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Damn straight. No one but the bucket.
So let's control the world together.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
Well, at least I'm not the bad guy.
The bucket had betrayed him like this. Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh, hey.
Oh.
Stanley flipped through one video.
Here I was
of
thinking the
silly birds
facility
after
was just
another,
going to self-destruct
and then it
again.
dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds.
Silly birds all over the world.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
What?
Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
So,
Stanley and the bucket
it
never
monitors
found freedom because they
birds,
spent the rest of
but
their
it was
lives
disguised as
here
a
in
mind
this
control
place,
device.
flipping through live streams
Yes.
of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
If I can leave.
And Stanley was happy.
Nope. So this is floor 4.
How wonderful. Stanley was
So go
alone.
downstairs.
Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the direct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the... And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Alright, employee 252, let's see if we can't find you.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you
I thought it was
found your way
255.
here. I knew you'd find this place.
No, it's 252. Huh?
Oh no.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this
The broom
bucket
closet,
you're
a
carrying
mannequin,
around
and a baby.
everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter.
The line-
Stanley.
the
We'll see
guideline?
characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet.
Oh, the
Because
fake
that's
wife,
what
the baby
fans want from a
cutout,
sequel. They
Stanley's
want more of their
computer,
favorite jokes, not
Pencil
this
the pencil
sharpener.
sharpener,
that they've
and the
never
broom
seen
closet.
before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're
Oh,
spending
I see,
too
it's an
much time with it.
intervention.
Yeah.
And a
Want
fucking
another
picture
story
of the
involving
serious
the
room.
Adventure Line?
Not just that,
We
but
can
also
make
the
Adventure
guideline
Line go
from the-
somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want.
Oh, the
Let's do
adventure
it.
line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
And then he's gonna play the Adventure Line music again. Ah, yes, the Adventure Line.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
The bucket.
He's gonna make me give up the bucket.
Never.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful
Christ.
new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast.
I bet
all
I can
along. Don't
defy
you
and
agree?
refuse to destroy the bucket.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
If I
Go
jump
ahead
into
now,
that
Stanley.
machine,
Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
There's a door right there too.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really
It's like getting
explore the
angrier.
Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush
The
buckets
Bucket
is so
Destroyer
densely
wants
loaded
my
with
bucket.
complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will
this
be
floor
clamoring
is
for
very
after this.
unsound.
Okay, the Bucket
This whole
Destroyer
building's
is getting
unsound.
very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush
kinda
that
lagging.
damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
The Bucket Destroyer exploded.
He wanted the bucket so bad he exploded out of rage.
Holy.
The bucket
It
destroyer.
ascended.
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here.
It's so fucking random. I love it.
Gonna re-log my call.
I'm
not even getting a
honestly
feed
unsure
anymore.
what to say.
Oh, there we go.
FYI, remember what number this is. Yeah, 252.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of
I wonder if you
culture
destroy the
and
bucket, it never will
distinction.
disappear forever. Or at least you have to redo the bucket sequence. No, but yeah, go down the stairwell. Don't go down the lift.
Stanley
Oh yeah,
clutched the
yeah,
bucket tightly
downstairs.
to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There
will be a reward for finding them all. Oh wait, look at the whiteboard over there.
Huh. Inside of a sequel exhibit.
Somewhere
large
both
room
red
with
and
lots
blue.
of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. I haven't found nearby a fireplace yet.
Well, you did because it's scratched out. That's probably nearby the fireplace. Is probably the boss's office.
A private but smelly place for an important person.
The manager's office. The nearby a fireplace. I mean, so pretty much you only have the something to do with stairs, and somewhere that is red and blue.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can gather through a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Well, let's see if we can find that somewhere that's both red and blue.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Okay.
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
What?
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience
bucket's gone.
without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room
Oh
to
god,
room,
there's buckets
passing by
everywhere.
one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Yeah, my bucket has stickers on it.
Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He
I
had
like
to
how the
return to his
psychotic
old
break
friend.
ending
It
is
was
now
the only way
buckets.
to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Is he gonna have a bucket with him?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day,
Gave
her
Mariella
walk was
the bucket.
interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then
Oh,
collapsed
that's
dead
dumb.
on the
I love it.
Right away, she knew what the problem was.
He didn't have a
man
bucket.
Had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Damn!
Flipped all the way to work with a
That's
bucket.
impressive.
She did that while a bucket was in her hands.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Storage figures number 4, of course. For that one, you can't bring the bucket. Storage figure, I'm trying to think here.
Isn't that the one in the loading docks that he jumped down to get?
Yeah, maybe? I don't know.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'm trying to figure this out, Joshua. Where do I need to go for that last figurine?
Somewhere that is red and blue. That's all we know.
That doesn't tell me anything. I don't remember a place that's red and blue.
Well, chat might.
Hopefully Joshua's still there.
Jed.
Not our Judd. There's a different Joshua in the stream chat.
Also, audio's popping and crackling again.
Oh, for God's sake. It's just your bad connection, honestly, because it's not happening for anybody else. The baby ending. Really? Let me try to remember how to get the baby ending. Thinking. It was the ending. God, let me think. There's the game-breaking ending, which is what happens when you unplug the phone. Oh yeah, it's the escape, isn't it?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I like how this room wants to keep reminding me of the figurines.
Wait, what's on the left wall? The opposite wall with the red text. Trust the completionist instinct.
There's this guy just trying to tell me. Wait, is this the guy that might have left behind the tape recording, and after hearing the tape recording, now all this shit is going on with the break room?
No, because he was talking about the bucket, not the figurines.
Room closet's boarded up again.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked up.
So how do we get the
to
baby
his
ending?
boss's office.
I think it was the escape. And there's two things you can do during the escape ending to change
The
things.
moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze.
I think it was
in his
2845.
tracks. Not a living
Yeah.
soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let
Where the
narrator
storage
talk.
room...
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, that, yeah. Okay, now I remember. There's two endings you can get from the catwalk.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I like how that whole area where the, Oh, I see. So the figurines are just in the game now, whether you have the bucket or not.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Yeah, this isn't an
Someone
elevator.
you've
This
been
is like a
neglecting,
lift.
Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback.
There was
There
a
we go.
room
A
before
third
I...
option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say...
Don't say baby ending and then, like, fucking throw me a
Stanley had
curveball.
never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He
I
hoped
think
it
it's just
was.
on the
He
path
hoped
to it, but
very
you had to do
much
something
that it
else.
was.
I didn't see, like, anything.
When Stanley came to a
So I
set
don't even know what they're
this was
talking
not
about.
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but
On the
you
right wall.
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on
I
your
see.
side. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Well, there's the figurine
Now listen
ending.
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Hey, you know what? Whatever.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere.
We're
that
stuck
isn't
in an
here,
infinite loop.
Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Oh.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No! Oh, no. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Oh, man.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
I love how
Just wanted us
defeated
to
he
get along.
sounds.
But I guess that was too much to ask.
It's beautiful.
It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
I wonder if those are actually useless collectibles, or if there is like a secret reward. Because I want to know why the break room was so insistent on telling me to collect them.
Is it over?
Well, the meeting room.
It's
Yeah, the
going to
meeting room.
restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
I'm gonna go back to that break room and see why.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things.
What the?
It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Alright.
Where the hell are we?
The memory zone. You wouldn't know about it because this was a long sequence of endings that they added to the game. Oh, I see there's a secret to the memory zone now, is there? Oh, would you look at that?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Shh.
7 out of 6.
I was surprised you didn't remark. Wait.
And
What?
here was the second Stanley. You found this one.
I'm just collecting the extra ones, aren't I?
Bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest.
I'm
Back then,
supposed
I
to
had
break
no
the
faith
meta,
in you
I
to find
guess.
Any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory
Now he's
zone, so it
misremembering
must have
things.
happened.
10 out of 6. I love this. A bonus ending. Lovely.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
How you found it by the narrator. I love how this is made in Windows Movie Maker and it's like really pixelated. Oh my god, this is great.
I remember like Raph did their April Fools for leaked content for the Chapter 3 stuff, and it was made in Movie Maker. And it was really crap. But it was still amazing because obviously it was just a big April Fools.
God, I love that. That was so shitty.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Huh. No? Alright.
And And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine. Right.
I wonder if
there
the
by
order
red
is
and blue
mixed up
doors.
if you,
This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the
I wonder
mind
why he
works?
forgot the one in
All
the
I
box
know is
room.
That this is the moment where you picked up a Figly, and I thought to myself, yes, that's
maybe
all of
it's
them.
like
They're
it depending
all
on the order you
collected.
get it, it
was a
actually changes it
moment
up.
unlike any other, except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Please tell me, let me. You can actually still make the choice.
Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, they just lead to the same place.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye.
God,
memory
this is
zone.
weird.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of
13
all
out of
the
6.
figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I like how we now have 13. We're gonna leave the memory zone with 18 Stanley figurines.
God.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh my God, he's gonna.
Yes. I love that
God.
video.
I love
At
that.
least it was sped up that time.
This game is very self-aware.
Mm-hmm.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah, I like this room.
It's pretty.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh, I can't go in there.
I wonder if it would have not done anything if you went that way the first time.
Maybe. I don't know. Into the latrine.
This was our second Figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything.
Might as well use them all
In
up.
fact, I dare say
Nope.
I'm actually quite
You don't want to
fond
use
of
them
it
all.
now. Look how much fun the... Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
The intro?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
And then you can defy him in the final run.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What was the input received one where he sensed a button heaven?
Yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Reboot the game entirely. I wonder if it'll keep asking me to do that or if this is my one chance.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Reboot the game entirely. Y'all think I should?
I don't know.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
You know what? We'll do it.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. This is the story. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nothing's different so far. I guess that's the end of the weird endings. Curious about something.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Sure, there are more endings to the bucket, more secrets to uncover, but I think that's it for tonight.
There's probably the baby ending with the bucket.
I hadn't thought about that, but we'll do that tomorrow or something.
Do you at least at some point want to try and dedicate your time to to beating the baby game?
Oh
Because
my
obviously
goodness.
that takes like an hour.
Oh my goodness. Would anybody just like sit there and watch me play the baby game? Oh my goodness. Anyways, thank you guys for joining us for the stream. Hope you all enjoyed. If you did, feel free to leave a like, subscribe, share it with your friends. Because, wow. I was thinking it was like 1 or 2 endings. I didn't expect crows. Yeah, that's right. You can't get the baby ending with the bucket. Yeah, like, it's late. This stream actually went past the beaten path of 3 hours. It's been going for 4.
Nice.
But I do have work in the morning. It was very nice streaming for all of you. Feel free to browse through the channel, look at my past content. Because hopefully I will be active on this channel again after so many years. This particular one. Finally, potentially having a sense of direction I want the channel to go. As well as my new look. Exemplified by the thumbnail. Very proud of it, honestly. So with that, all of y'all enjoy the rest of your night. And we'll see all of you next time. Bye.
Bye.